everybody. I have Leandra with me today. I'm so excited. We didn't know we were going to be sprinting together today. It was very last minute that Leandra could join us. So that is so exciting. I'm just as surprised as all of you. So here's Leandra. Leandra is from Team Prum. I am from Team Scarlet. We are here to help you because this morning, Rainy did the things. Rainy did the things this morning. So we all have to get some reading done. I know that we do. It's just the way it is. So for the first sprint, I will be filming, but after that, I will be reading. But first, Leandra, why don't you tell us what you'll be reading today or doing this afternoon?
Yes.
First.
So I'll be doing a few things, but at the moment, I'm going to start my Room 4 book. And we don't know what the prompt is, but it is The Affair of the Mysterious Letters by Alexis Hall. And I'm really excited about this one because I'm hoping there's a murder, so I get some bonus points, but it doesn't say anything in the synopsis. I just know it's a mystery. It's LGBTQ author as well, and it obviously it fits the prompt. So I'm really excited about it because this is one that's kind of been sitting on my shelves for a while, and I've never tried Alexis Hall. Like I've never tried any of her other books, and I think that I can't come up with any of the titles in my mind, but I know she's a popular author.
Is Alexis Hall the same person who wrote Rosalind Parker Takes the Cake? Is that the same Alexis Hall?
I think so. I can see there's definitely a cover with a cake on it. It just is the minimum that I know. Let me see here. Oh, so Something Fabulous. She's published boyfriend material and husband material. Oh yeah, Paris.
Yes.
Delincourt is about to crumble.
Yes.
Yeah. So she's a really popular author. A lot of people like her, but I've never read anything by her before, and so I'm very excited to give this a shot. I think it's a bit of a spin on Sherlock Holmes as well. Some of the reviews have said. Yeah, it says, in this charming, witty, and weird fantasy novel, Alexis Hall pays homage to Sherlock Holmes with a new twist on those renowned characters.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm excited for you to read that.
Elements. Yes.
That's really different from, like I said, I've read Rosalind Parker Takes the Cake, but that's a very different vibe than the one you're reading. So
yeah, like it says it's got like vampires and like mad gods and pirates and a shark, I guess. I don't know.
Super fun. Oh, that's good to know because I did not know that either.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Good to know. Yes, because I was gonna say I read Rosalind Palmer Takes the Cake earlier this year.
Okay.
I think. It was either late last year or earlier this year.
Together.
It was late last year, earlier this year for sure. So, yes, I'm excited to hear what you think of that because I love that series, but this is a very different vibe. So,
yeah, it is. Yeah, so I'm excited to try him. I'm really excited about it.
And I'm going to be reading once I read because in the first one I have to film a video because if I don't film it today, there will be no video on Saturday because this one's going to take a little bit more editing than normal. And then I'm going to be starting Vicious for Room 3.
Ooh.
So that's my choice. I'm excited, but also nervous. Evie Schwab and I have a sorted past.
I was going to ask.
It's been sorted. I did not like The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. I mean, I didn't hate it. I gave it 3 stars. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. It was very meh for me. But I do like the City of Ghosts series, which is her middle grade series. I do like that. And then I also did not like The Near Witch. But The Near Witch was their first book. So, like,
yeah,
I don't necessarily ever want to compare an author to their very first works because obviously authors grow and change and get better.
Yeah, they're figuring themselves out.
Exactly. So I have mixed feelings on V.E. Schwab. So that I like this one. This is dark academia, so that should be something I enjoy because I do
a few boxes that you like to check.
Right. So I have very high hopes for this duology because it's a duology with some graphic novels, like as spinoffs. Or
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I don't
Cool.
really know how the graphic novels fit in, but they're like continuations of the story, but in graphic novels.
Mhm.
Anyway,
Hmm.
let's see who's here.
Mhm.
Hello. Hello, Tina. Waiting for Nick by Nora. Also hoping to do some productivity, cleaning my room, maybe editing. Editing is my priority. I'm hoping I can get my vlog from last week edited and posted. Nice. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Same. Like I have to film. I can't edit in the same time as I stream.
Oh, I know it. Like your computer can't handle it. It like freaks out.
The
Yeah.
computer, the computer is like, no, thank you. I cannot do both. So you have to choose. So, but if I can film, then I can edit tomorrow, which is perfect. Hello, Christina. Also reading Vicious by V.E. Schwab. Propped the like. This was not an accident. We both are in Team Scarlet and decided that we might just both read this book. So
I kind of wondered. I was like, I'm pretty sure Christina's on Team Red anyway. And
yeah.
then also, yeah.
Think I will take a shower and get warm and cozy first, though. It's chilly here. It is definitely starting to become winter. It's definitely heading in that direction. Team Scarlet, yay, was told reading I was told it would get easier by Abby Waxman for room 3. I hope you enjoy this book. I read it earlier this year and had a pretty good time with it. Hello, switched my book for room 3, so we'll be working on both room 4, book not yet picked, and finishing the house switch for bonus. Nice. Hello, Bree. Hello, Chelsea. How are you? Finally get to do an afternoon sprint because schools are closed. Well, we're glad you're here. Reading Akatar for room 4. That's a good size book to begin in for room 4. Hello, Kelsea. Sad that you can't join sprints today, but hoping to finish the last 40% of your book at some point. And thanks for popping in. I know that you're working today, but I'm glad to see you in the comments at least. Happy to Team Plum host or happy a Team Plum post could join, right? It seems to be a commonplace that lately I've had Team Plum coming on my sprints. We're like, maybe we're forming an alliance that we don't even mean to be forming, but
yeah, we don't even realize it.
accidental. Hello, cool gamer. We've got some Team Plum in the house. That's such a pretty cover. I think that's you, Leandra, and it is gorgeous.
Yeah, look at those details. It's very fun.
Gorgeous cover. Hello, Jem. How are you? Just finishing work and will now be reading Iron Flame. Nice. Are you just starting or have you read some of it? Let me know because I've heard so many things. I've heard a lot of mixed things.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm really interested to see how once enough people have read it and have kind of, then we get a whole gist of how people feel about it.
Mm-hmm. I think it's not shocking that there's mixed feelings about this book.
Yeah.
A, it came out very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
We can all recognize that. But B, Fourth Wing was so loved. I don't see how you hit that level of love for the people who, because the people who are reading it right away are the people who loved Fourth Wing, like a lot. I don't know how you hit that with a sequel to that extent. Does that make sense? Like it's hard to do that twice.
Yeah, totally. There's so much hype. I mean, there's already so much hype for Fourth Wing before it came out, and now it's upped it even more. There's also, unfortunately, there's been a lot of like publishing issues and delivery issues and things, which I think has been probably frustrating for some people who want to enjoy the book. And so I feel like that, unfortunately, that plays into your enjoyment of it, even though it has nothing to do with the story itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, ML. I'm in my campus office again, about to teach. We have a holiday tomorrow, so I'm very excited for a long weekend. It is a long weekend here as well, but we get the Monday because this weekend is Remembrance Day here in Canada, but it falls on the Saturday, so you get a day in lieu of. Reading Legacy of Vermilion Blade for room 4. I've never heard of this book and will need to look this up. Because Brie and I tend to like, especially stuff like that fantasy. We tend to agree.
I also like the word vermilion. I don't know. It's very satisfying.
You don't see that in a lot of book titles. Hello, Jen. I'm road tripping to Indiana. So trying to figure out a book for the new prompt, something you can do on a road trip, a nice audiobook perhaps. Hello, Amanda. Hello, Michaela. Still working on Iron Flame today. My question of how are you liking Iron Flame also thrown out to you, because I just want to know. Since I'm not in that super pre-order reading it right away crowd. Just popping in to say, hey, need to finish my Room 3 book. I'm going to sneeze, or I'm going to attempt not to. Okay, I think it's
fine. Mayonnaise.
I was like, am I going to need to mute myself and sneeze? Okay, no, I'm fine. LGBTQ and vampires. I'm now interested. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty good combination. Hello, Lynn. How are you? Hello, Katy. I will be reading The Simple Wild for Room 3. I support this choice. I love The Simple Wild. Love this book. I hope you love it too. Hello, Raleigh Reviews. I love being around my bookish friends, especially around the holiday season, doing some pre-Christmas stuff and enjoying my audiobook. I love this for you because I am of the group that celebrates Christmas early, because in Canada, we don't have Thanksgiving. It's done. Thanksgiving's over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. You got out of the way, and now, whereas we're still waiting.
Right. It's done. It's finished. Once Remembrance Day is passed, I put up my Christmas tree. So this weekend, my tree is going up.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God,
It's
so
going
fun.
up on Sunday. Yeah, it's happening. My tree is going up. I'm going to read a Christmas romance, and my tree is going to go up, and I'm going to bake Christmas cookies, and I'm going to have a Christmassy day.
Yes, I support it.
And I'm probably going to vlog it. So if you don't like Christmas early, my next vlog may not be something you enjoy, but I'm bringing in the vibes.
You've been warned.
Vicious and Addie LaRue are very different vibes. This one is very unique to the rest of her books. This is true. I knew that Addie is very different from the E. Schwab's books, so I'm hoping I like Vicious. I think I will. From the synopsis, I would assume that I would. For Room 1, I'm reading The Death of Jane Lawrence. Ooh, I've heard really good things about this book, so I hope you're enjoying it. Since I stream on my phone, I can't film while I stream because it will end the stream. That makes perfect sense. Spent 20 minutes searching for a library ebook that was available that fit the prompt, so I chose the first book I found. Well, I think you actually chose really well because, like I said, I've heard really good things about The Death of Jane Lawrence. It's like a gothic horror.
Mm-hmm.
I think good. Hello, Christy, reading In the Lives of Puppets. Nice. This vlog is going to be an absolute mess. It's 2 vlogs put together because I didn't really read much in either vlog. Hey, just make the footage work. You can always film like little intro clips just to explain that and then be on your way. ACOTAR sounds like it could be just a name of a fantasy book and not an abbreviation. This is true. It really could.
Yeah, especially like it could be like a place name or like a person's name, like a main character maybe or something.
Or like the name of the war or whatever, the
Yeah.
place.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
No,
like the event.
It very well could. True, and Iron Flame is so anticipated that I'm sure there's going to be some disappointment because of those high expectations. Exactly. Finished Iron Flame last night, and it reminded me why I usually wait until, if not all, then most of the series is out before I start one. Is that because there is a cliffhanger that now you have to wait untold months to find out the end of? Is that why? Hanging out with you all until 3 p.m. Eastern. Well, we're excited to hang out with you, Ro, and also hello, Ro. Halfway through and very much enjoying it for Iron Flame. Nice. It's by Caitlin Starling. Great. A Spitbo entry for this year. Got the book from the author for review, and it worked out for today's prompt. Nice. I need to read some of the Spitbo books because there's a couple that made it to the finals that I'm very interested in. Hello, Alicia. Reading 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle. I really had a good time with this book, so I hope you do too. I hope you have the audiobook and the physical copy.
I think so a long time ago, back when life was getting crazy, I was reading it with you all, and then I soft DNF'd it, and I actually am like, maybe some prompt, especially because it's a host favorite, I'll restart it, but include the audiobook. 'Cause I was just reading it straight.
Yes.
And I think immersive reading it might be fun. And then, yeah, so that's a good idea.
Yeah. It's a book that I highly recommend immersive reading. There's only a couple that I think like really do need that. That's one of them because it's a confusing book if you just do one or the other. Sounds good, Ro. Just let us know when you switch accounts so that we know that it's you. I actually didn't know this was a tactic for sneezing either. So now I'm going to be using that from now on.
I'm pretty sure it is. I think that probably what it really is just the tactic of distraction. So they just throw out a random word, but I've always heard it be mayonnaise. So, which is kind of gross.
I mean, I could see why it would distract you to like not sneeze.
Yeah.
Working on Iron Flame for Broom 4. We have another Iron Flame. In my dreams, I hold the knife. Yes, please listen to this. I gave this 5 stars. I hope you love it. Enjoying it so far. I do find some things a little predictable, but it's mostly just fun. Nice. Also, team holiday decor in December. I need the holiday decorations more than just 1 month. Yeah, I think you can never have too much joy, and it brings me joy. So there you go. Learned a technique that stops hiccups. Stick your pinkies deep in your ears, inhale deeply, then 2 swallow inhales without exhaling. Then drink water through a straw. Interesting. Really? I don't think I got this vibe from the synopsis, so that should be interesting. Okay, I'm excited to start it. It won't be in the first sprint though because I do need to film first. Just read The Near Witch. It wasn't really my vibe, but it was decent. Love The Shades of Magic though. Okay. So I have hope for these books. I know that The Shades of Magic is a different series, but I know Shades of Magic and Vicious are kind of in the same like style wise. So funny, Kelsea. You're so funny.
We're both in room 4 though, right?
We're both in room 4.
Yeah.
But the specific rooms.
Yeah. Kelsea, we see you. Team Peacock is acting a little fishy lately.
Obviously not the name of the room.
Oh, yeah.
I was like,
I was like, immediately we've got Brittany being like, nope, don't trust Kelsea.
No. Kelsea's trying to get me to slip up alive on the internet. I see you. Hello, Kiana.
Yep, that's where we are.
Obviously. Did not find the ending satisfying. I don't mind cliffhangers, but we have no idea when the next one is coming. I think it'll be out next year. I just don't know when next year. I don't see why they would rush this book and not have a release next year.
Yeah, because the question is why did you rush it? Because now you're waiting an even longer period for book 3. Like it should be kind of equivalent.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying they must have one coming out next year because this should have been next year's release, realistically. Because we are used to getting 1 book a year. I don't know why they decided to rush this and put 2 books in a year. Like I really don't. Readers are used to getting 1 book a year. We are used to that concept.
So, yeah, we are adults. We can wait. we can be patient.
I don't know why we didn't wait on this one, but it's fine. They didn't. They rushed it, but I don't see you rushing it to not have one come out next year. That makes no sense to me. So I don't see that happening. Yes, it was the first, and it was released quite a ways back. So that's probably why. That's why I'm not judging just on The Near Witch because obviously. Moving to California, we downsized by about 300 square feet and we let go of some stuff such as our bigger tree, which was slightly broken, hand-me-down anyways. I'm contemplating buying one of those super skinny pencil trees this weekend. Ooh, I'm excited to see what it looks like. Are we allowed to say what prompt we're reading for? No, it's supposed to be secret, just like the rooms are secret. So you can really only say like what number of room. So if you're room 1, 2, 3, 4, or if you're doing an additional prompt, you can talk about that because you can just say I'm reading an additional prompt.
Yeah, because if you say the room, well, if someone's already been in that room, we know what prompt you have. And so you have to keep both prompt and room secret.
Exactly. We're obviously in the basement. Plum's in the attic. Scarlett's in the basement. We've got it all covered. Won't decorate yet, but I'm thinking I need a tall tree. Exactly 6 months between 1 and 2, then 3, more at some point. Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty large series. They rushed it because of the movie announcement. Mhm. That makes sense. But still, I think that wasn't necessary. Like, you could have announced the movie without having the book come out.
Yeah, because then the movies 6 months later, the movie's the exciting part, and then 6 months later, it's the second book, and then
Kelsea, you can say that you didn't mean it that way, but I don't believe you. We're expecting publishers to make sense now. That's also very true. We can't expect these things. Binge TV shows too. I usually wait until they have at least 3 ready to watch and then wait and stock up again. I do the same thing. I at least wait till there's a couple of seasons because I have been bitten too many times, falling in love with a series that only has 1 season, and then they never continue it. I'll be in the wine cellar. Oh, I changed my mind. I want to be in the wine cellar
I was
too.
like, can Plum join you? Can I join you?
We're all going to the wine
It'll just be a party.
5 o'clock somewhere, everyone. Okay, we've hit to the end of the comments and we've been chatting for 20 minutes. So let's get into our first sprint. The first sprint is going to be an hour and then we will go back to 45s. I'm just going to be filming and I want to make sure that I have enough time. So I will see you all in 1 hour. Hello. I finished filming. So, that's a plus. Got that done. And then I did end up reading 36 pages of Vicious.
Oh
So
my gosh, that is so productive.
I only had 10, 15 minutes left. No, I had 15 minutes left. So this reads very quickly
I
because
was gonna say.
that much time. But it reads very fast, which I love.
Yeah, nice.
How did you do?
I was not nearly as productive. I did end up having lunch, so that's why I decided it took up a lot of my time. I made it, I ate it, and then I finally sat down with The Affair of the Mysterious Letter, and I'm on chapter 2, and I'm really liking it. It's very funny. It's far more elaborate than I expected. I kind of thought that all of these elements would just be in maybe like an alternate London, but no, like the entire world has been recreated. Like the city is called Calethra Ven, and it's like the Kingdom of I, and there's like all of these things, and I was like, oh my gosh, okay, this is way more elaborate than I expected. But I'm really liking it, and I'm liking our quasi Dr. Watson. Yeah, so it's very good so far.
Okay, I'm excited because if you like it, I will probably like it. So I'm going to keep an eye on what you think of that as we go. We did have some people join us during that sprint. So we had Sam. Hello, Sam, just joining. I got super sleepy at work for some reason and my day just started. Oh no. Well, I hope we can help give you some motivation to start your day. Party in the wine cellar. I approve. I think everyone should have a party in the wine cellar. That should just be how we start the day. Hello, Neva. Have fun. I'm sure you're already gone because you're heading to the bookstore, but I hope you have so much fun shopping for birthday books because it was Neva's birthday yesterday. So happy belated birthday. If we did not say hello to Neva yesterday or happy birthday to you yesterday, but that's fun. Hello, Jean and Leandra, or hello, Jean. Hello, Brittany. I'm mixing comments. Reading Icebreaker. Can't believe I'm finally reading it after being on my Kindle for a year and a half. Isn't it so fun when we get to read books that have been sitting on our shelves for so long? The video I just filmed, that had a few moments in it where I was like, I forgot I own that book.
Oh, that's right. That's somewhere in my home.
Absolutely. Also, the next comment. Hello, Chris. I'm not going to put your comment on the screen because it does give away a little bit of where you placed in your team, and I don't want to put it on the screen. But I do want to still say hello, and I'm so glad that you're joining us. But if people don't want that spoiler, I'm not going to put it up. Hello, Steph. Just stopping by to say hi while I'm on break. Can't wait for 4:00 so I can start Iron Flame. As much as I'm not a part of the Iron Flame army, I am excited for everyone to read it because I'm excited because you all are excited. Do you know what I mean? Everyone's so excited about it. It was just such a book excitement that I'm like, yay.
Yeah. Well, it's catching. It's very, if someone else is excited, you're like, oh, I'm excited for you. And then it'd be the same if the roles were reversed. Yeah.
Exactly. Read 44 pages and set up the laundry racks. Nice. Decided on a Sorcery of Thorns, and I'm 13% into that one. I am excited to hear your thoughts on this. When you're done, I know you're in Team Scarlet. Can you let me know what you end up rating this? Because this is a book that I'm of two minds of. I've gone both ways of whether I want to read it or not, and I'm right on the bubble. So I want to know your thoughts. Made lunch for my son and got in a shower. That's so nice. So much warmer now and ready to snuggle up and read. So perfect. Read 0 pages, but reviewed some of the presentation for work. I mean, that is good productivity. That's the thing about daytime sprints is some people read because they can. Some people are popping in from work. We get that a lot. Leandra does that sometimes.
Yeah, that's me.
For my Thursday sprints, it is productivity and reading for sure. Leandra's book does sound really good.
Doesn't it? I really hope. It's early days, but I will keep you all updated.
I'm excited to see how it goes. Hello, Destiny. I have an interesting time with one of the prompts. Fair. Normally, I would say give us options. We'll help you. But in this case, I can't. And I find that's hard because I do that a lot on sprints. I'm like, oh, here, we'll help you. And I can't help you. But you can always put in some in your team chat and get them to help you. So that's always an option. Read up to chapter 8 of Akatar. Amazing. ate lunch, and watched the title and cover reveal for James S. Corey's new book. Nice. Decided to get the audiobook on Scribd. I will forever call it Scribd. I know it's changed. We discussed this on Sprints on Tuesday night. I was like, is anyone changing how they say it? And everyone was like, no. Because also Everand is like a mouthful. I know it's only an extra syllable, but it just doesn't have the same ease of saying. And just read along with it, made it halfway through chapter 6. Creating things with a winky face. What could it be?
Interesting.
I'm excited. How do you all balance the KU, Libby, and home reading books in all formats? I'm going to tell you, I'm not good at this.
Yeah, the same.
I'm not good. Luckily for me, I can't send Libby ebooks to my Kindle. In Canada, apparently some Canadian people can. It depends on if you have a Kindle Fire or not, but I don't have a Kindle Fire. So I can't send them. So I don't find Libby really hurts my reading because I only use it for audiobooks. And if I'm getting an audiobook, it's probably because I'm going to immersion read it. So I still have the physical copy somewhere, either on Kindle or physically on my shelves. But KU versus my actual physical books, I'm not good at that. Kindle is the place where books go for me to forget that I own them.
Yeah, it's because they're not in front of you, and like you've got so many other apps to kind of sift through for books that it's just it's overwhelming. Like there's there's too many options, which is good, but also it can be bad.
Yeah, I think what I might do next year is I have all these like book boards from readathons, like Bookopoly, and like I have tons. I have this mini Star Hop like from a million, and I might like play like one round a month and do it as like a Kindle book just to like make sure that I'm at least reading like one Kindle book a month.
No, that's smart. I've seen people do that with like NetGalley too, because NetGalley is one that we always forget about. And I'm like, oh, that's right. Like, and then, yeah, so that could be great to like specify the app or the certain platform you're getting the book from, because then it actually is really easy because you have all these options. The only requirement is that you're getting it from this source. So that's really smart.
So I might do that in the new year. I might. The thing is, I say that and I do it like in January and then I never do it again. Love The Dowry of Blood by S.T. Gibson and can't wait for the 2024 book with a male protagonist. I know. I read this for a video last month and saw that there had a sequel coming out, and I did not realize there was a sequel coming out until that moment when I put it in Goodreads. And there is a sequel coming out.
What? This is the first time I'm hearing about this. I really enjoyed Dowry of Blood, so that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that because Dowry of Blood was so good. Found 2 of our missing Kindles this morning while cleaning. That's exciting. So hopefully they will charge soon because reading on a laptop is a little bit clunky. Yeah. It does work, but not the best. So it's nice that you found your Kindles. Got caught up on emails, made a coffee, read 5 pages. That's awesome. This is my reminder that I should make a coffee in the next sprint. That might be what I do. I feel like there are actually a lot of good books on KU, but because I use the library so much, I don't know if I can justify the expense of KU. That's fair. I tend to use KU quite a bit, which I don't count KU as the books on my Kindle because like they're just loans from Amazon. Like I don't keep them. They don't stay. But I do tend to use it only because a lot of times I need certain videos to like a book to round out something for a vlog. Or I need it for a specific challenge or everyone's buddy reading something. So I want to hop on. So it's a good way to get those books without spending more money on physical books.
Yeah. I don't have KU. I was going to say it all depends, I think, on how much you use it. If you know that you're going to use KU a lot, then obviously it's worth it. It's very much worth an expense for that. But if you know that you might tend to use Libby more often or tend to read physical books more often, then yeah, like KU probably isn't the smart financial choice for you. Like I have a Kindle, but I've never purchased an ebook before because I personally haven't had to. Maybe one day if I decide that, yeah, KU is the perfect choice for me, then I'll probably, get into it and subscribe. But just don't feel pressured to do it if you know that you're not someone who's going to use it. Meanwhile, don't restrict yourself if you're like, oh, I shouldn't do it because it's money. It's like, but if it's money you're going to use and you're going to really enjoy what you're reading from KU, then don't feel badly about putting money into it.
Yep. I think if you read more than 2 KU books a month, you basically pay for the cost of the thing. So it just depends on how much you're using it. And obviously some months you can unsubscribe and then subscribe back in a month where you are going to be reading more books. Such as next month, I'll be reading both Ice Planet Barbarians books on KU. So, you know, I know for that next month, there's 2 books that will kind of cover the cost of
and it is month to month, right? It's not like you pay a year subscription.
Yeah.
So you can always try for a month. Try for a month, see if you know, if you used it, and if you didn't, then it probably isn't the app for you.
And there's usually free trials going on with KU where if you buy like your first month, you get like 2 months free.
Yeah.
So that's always a good shout because then you're like, you know, you can try it out, see if it works, see if it's something you'll use and then not.
Especially with like Cyber Monday coming, there's a bunch of deals. So this might be the time to, like, if you want to try it out, to do it, because you can probably find some type of deal.
This is also a thing. Neva is really great has really great like categories that they use for their Kindle. So I know would help you out with that for sure. Speaking of, got some books at the bookstore. What'd you get? I want to know. Unless you're doing a video, then don't tell me and I'll see it when you make a video. Adding a dowry blood to my TBR. By the way, when I said dowry, my phone thinks it's the word Valerie. The other day, everyone thought when I was saying room book that I was saying Roomba because
Roomba.
the way my Canadian accent was coming through on the O's. You know, it's fine. My library got hacked. Oh no. So finding physical books is so hard right now. Thanks heavens Libby is still working. Oh my goodness. So stressful.
Yeah, that's so scary. And it's happening so frequently now, like hacking. There's in my area, this one high school or school district, apparently they were hacked. And it was this whole like, what is it called? Like they were holding certain information ransom, and it was this whole dramatic thing. And it ended up fortunately being taken care of, but it's like, I don't know. That's really scary that people can do that, especially when you've got certain personal information. Libraries have your address, have your like contact information. So yeah,
it's true. They have everything. And I wish my KU had this option. In Canada, we don't have the audiobooks included, which is very sad. Trying to get down to 0 so I can do hard restart on my Kindle. Well, I wish you all the best. Yeah, I wish some KU books were accessible in other places. Yes. That's true. KU does have a lot of the SPIPBO books. Yep, some local universities got hacked. It has been rampant lately. You're right. It's just been everywhere. We have reached the end of the comments though, but let me adjust the cat back to 45 because we're not doing another hour.
Yay, will you be reading this time?
Yeah, I will be. Yay. I should be able to read for the rest of the afternoon because like even if I have to do housework stuff, I can
listen while you're
Exactly. Okay, so I will see you all in 45 minutes. Hello. I got to page 78 of Vicious.
Oh my goodness,
It's really fast because it changes chapters often, which means a lot of these pages are not full pages. So keep that in mind, because any normal book would never be me.
Yeah.
Reading that much.
Are you enjoying it so far? I'm sorry, I'm asking the hard questions.
I am not sure of it at this moment in time. I don't think the writing style works for me. And that's not surprising, because I think that was probably the problem with The Near Witch. It was not my problem with Addie LaRue. I had other issues, although it may have been a problem with Addie LaRue, right? Like that may have been one of the factors. It wasn't the only factor.
Right. Layers. There's layers.
Correct. I had other issues. But I will say it might have been one of them.
Okay.
I do feel like her middle grade is read, which is the ones that I do like, are written slightly different because they are written in a middle grade type style. So it does come off differently, and maybe I should just stick with. I'm going to give this the whole book, though, because it's 78 pages. It's still very early. I might just be taking some time to like sing into it.
Yeah. And like you said, it moves quite quickly. So it's a matter of, you need more time to really get into the narrative. So that makes sense.
I do. And there's like 3 timelines, so it's just taking me a minute to like figure out what's going on. So I'm going to hold my for a minute. You know?
That makes sense. Yeah.
Leandra, did you say how you did? If you did, I forget.
I didn't. I started like nitpicking and being like, tell us, Brittany, what your thoughts are.
No, that's fine. I just couldn't remember if I'd already asked or not. And I was like, I think I haven't yet.
You know, it's Thursday. It's almost the weekend. We're going to get there. I'm really enjoying this. I can't express, like, I'm having so much fun. It's so funny. And like I said, I've never read anything by Alexis Hall before, but I feel as though he does a really good job of like intertwining humor while also world building throughout. You know, like we talked about this before, where it's just like world building dump. It's not doing that. We're like getting little gists of what it is. And he's also kind of definitely playing off of the tone of the way Sherlock Holmes and Watson are, but with a sorceress being our, Sherlock. Her name is, how do I pronounce it? It's like one of those names where I'm like, I don't feel confident. Shahrazad Haas.
See why you might not feel confident.
I'm like, there are way many syllables that I like don't tend to put together. So Miss Shahrazad, you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Miss Haas, she's so quirky and so funny. And, but she's also like, she keeps scolding him and like shooting the walls, being like, listen to me anyways, and then continuing. And they're, the woman that they rent from, her name is Ms. Hive, and apparently she lives in the attic. They say, don't go up there and disturb her because she'll devour you and eat you. And she also has this ability to like just inhabit corpses. Like she has a deal with the local coroner where he like gives her corpses to wear so that she can come downstairs and like talk to them, and like wasps come out of the eyes. So there's like so much texture to this already. And we're getting into like the blackmailing. So I'm having a lot of fun. If that sounds good to anyone else, this might be for you.
I think it does sound amazing, but it also is so different from the Alexis Hall that I have read.
Yeah, you're right. Especially because like when you're thinking of like contemporary things that Hall has done, that's why I didn't associate this with, like the boyfriend material and like the other books.
Right. Because I've read the 2 books that are currently out in Winter Bake Saul. I haven't, obviously the 3rd book is not out yet, but this is a contemporary romance. Both of them are queer. Yeah, both of them are queer. And they follow like the Great British Bake Off. So, like it's not, they don't call it the Great British Bake Off, but it's the Great British Bake Off. And so it's very contemporary romance. So like I would not have, like it's such a different vibe.
Yeah. Well, I guess like the through line is that Hall is really inspired by like big pop culture, like influences, British Bake Off, Sherlock Holmes and Watson, but like turning them into this very different, weird expectation. And then Shahrazad, the kind of our Sherlock sorceress, she's queer, and we like automatically have that where she like it's her ex who's trying to marry another woman and is being blackmailed. And so like we're seeing some tones, but I think it is the influence of just really popular cultural references.
Yes.
I mean, like, how do I make this different? Yeah.
True. That's very true, because that is kind of the only really linking.
The only thing. I'm grasping at straws here.
Like, similar concepts. We got there. Hello, Vanessa. Just finished with my patient and now doing some admin stuff. Tina was editing during that last chat. And Tina, I saw this and I laughed so hard because this is me. I will go to put a clip into iMovie to edit it. And I'll be like, why is this clip 17 minutes long? Like, what did I have to say? What was I talking about? Why is it so long? It's fine. We all do it. You're not alone.
Yeah. And sometimes you're like, actually, this is good content, this rambling. And then sometimes you're like, all right, let's quiet her down a bit.
Like, I have said the same thing 3 times in 3 different ways, but it's the exact same bit of information. Had to break from reading so I could see the verdict on the Maya Kowalski case. I don't know what that is, but I hope it went well. The verdict? I don't know. Have a great afternoon. Bye, Ro. I hope you have a good afternoon as well. Finished editing and started watching the video back. Still need to film the end clip though. Nice though. Up to 24%. Awesome. Read some and drove to the laundry building. The disadvantages of an apartment complex. Laundry started at least. Yes. I remember that when I lived in an apartment. Like, it was so nice to have like once I moved into my house, to have laundry in my house.
That's I love my apartment, love location. The only thing I don't like is, I've got to do laundry elsewhere. And it's the worst, especially when you're used to not having to do that, like having to go back. Like there was a time when I had laundry in my place, and then when I moved elsewhere and now I don't, I'm like, the luxury, it's really hard to go back.
It's true. Packing up to go home, and will end my work day at home from the comfort of my PJs. We love this for you. Didn't read that sprint, had to deal with something at work, then went and got a salad for lunch. Nice. Fell asleep during the first sprint. I remember hearing the first chapter and a half of in my dreams I hold a knife. I'm glad that you had a nap because I support napping. I hope the book didn't put you to sleep though, because I do like this book. Got to the middle of chapter 10, listening to the audio on YouTube since I don't have any credits on Audible. This is a great shout because I always forget to look at YouTube, and there are audiobooks all over YouTube, and I always forget to look for that resource. Hello, Cece. Just joined. I'm reading A Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, Volume 1. I really want to finish that one this week. It sounds interesting. We are going to be sprinting right up until Nicole starts sprinting. Nicole starts sprinting now an hour earlier than normal because we all time changed and Nicole didn't.
Yep.
So it's the same time for Nicole, but it's different for the rest of us. So Nicole starts at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm trying to do the time conversion from my time.
And I'm trying to remember, is it like back or is it forward? It's sooner than we expect.
It's 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we will be going up until 6, basically, give or take, 5 or 10 minutes. And then we'll just move right over to Nicole. And Nicole's going to do like 8 hours. So lots of clue sprints today. There's lots. 37% into the people on platform 5. Nice, cozy read. Lovely. Kelsey's back. Work got crazy, and I have no hope to read this afternoon. I'm so sorry, Kelsey.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hopefully you can read tonight on Nicole's sprints. Hopefully that comes together for you. Started reading L'Oreal, maybe, and got to page 42. If you have a better pronunciation for that, feel free. Great, we'll go with mine.
I was like, that sounds good, Brittany. Just say it with confidence.
Sometimes you just go with confidence and go, yeah, that's right. Still working and listening to Iron Flame. Got to chapter 34. I feel like that's quite a ways through this book. I have no idea how many chapters are in it. I know it's over 600 pages. But other than that, I have no idea. Interesting to hear your thoughts on Vicious. I have it sitting on my bookcase. I will keep you updated as we go through the sprints. As of right now, I really think it's not the story. It's the writing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you also, like, as you said, you have a certain relationship with this kind of author. So if yeah.
I have only liked the middle grades.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, okay, if that tracks with, you as a reader being like, oh, me too, then it's like, okay, then the Vicious might not be for you then.
Yeah. I might just need to stick to the middle grades. Yes, Alexis All has layers. The one I read by him was a gay BDSM age gap romance. Which one did you read?
Oh
I
my
would like
gosh.
to know. I will say, in the 2 romances that I read, there were some heavy topics covered, even though for a contemporary romance, especially in the second book, Paris Delacourt is about to crumble. If you have anxiety, I would make sure you are in a really good place before you read that book. There is actual like panic attacks shown on page. And if you are in the level of anxiety written in that book, it's spot on, but it maybe was a bit heavy handed.
Yeah, like it can feel a bit too visceral depending
There was a
on
bit
who
much
you are.
in that one, I think, to be honest. It could have been toned down just a little bit and still been, like, accurate, but I would go into it knowing
That's
that.
good to know.
Started the book, I am not sure yet either, but not as far as you are yet. So, okay, so we're both not sure.
Yeah.
Didn't get any reading down that sprint, took a shower and started fixing lunch instead. Court case Netflix taking care of Mia. Mom took her life because of how the hospital behaved, and the hospital lost the court case. Well, that's interesting. So it's on Netflix. Okay.
Okay.
Loved that book. Nice. I'm not even gonna try and pronounce it again.
So I was like, let's just
Notice I conveniently skipped over that. Okay, so we are at the end of the comments. So let me pull up the kitty cat again. Sorry. We have
for some reason, did you see me? I was like, okay, quiet.
No, it's like, hey, bud. He's like, what you doing down here, Mom? Okay, so we are going to go into a 45, and I will see everyone when we get back. Hello. We gained a Neva. Hello. Happy belated birthday. I know I wished you happy birthday yesterday, but this is the first time I've seen your face
Thank
since
you.
birthday. So happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yes.
What are you doing? What's up with you today?
Well, I've read nothing
That's fair.
because I went to the bookstore.
I mean, that's a perfectly good reason to read nothing, in my opinion.
I did bring the books in here if you want to see them.
I do. Like,
Okay.
Of course I do.
So we
Ooh.
went
Little show.
to Barnes and Noble first, and then we went to Half Price Books. I only got one book at half price, which is Children of Virtue and Vengeance. This is the second book to Children of Blood and Bone, and I read Children of Blood and Bone like earlier this year, or maybe last year. I don't know.
You read it before I did because I remember I asked you about it.
Buddy read it with my sister. I don't know if it had to have been last year because I think I read it for Halloween weekend.
Yes, I think so.
Because I like it's probably archived because I archived like a bunch of posts, but I have like taken a picture with a tree, and that, yeah. And I don't know what the cover of this one's really pretty too. The other one is pretty. Also.
The first one was pretty.
So that's all I got at Half Price Books. This book cost me $10, so we love a deal
for a nice hardcover like that.
Oh, for sure.
And then we also went to Barnes and Noble, and they were running a buy one get one for 50% off sale.
Love to see it. But like that's consistent. They always do that. I love it.
I spent like about $100, which is about $50 less than what I actually had budgeted. So that's great for me.
We love it.
So I got A Natural History of Dragons.
Oh, I just
Oh my gosh.
learned about this from Leandra and Danny the other night.
Yes.
Yes, twins. I don't know the name though. It's a library book, but
I had I've heard of this book, but I hadn't like picked it up because I was like, I don't know. Then people like kept talking about it, and then I was like, and then I saw it, and it was 50 for like get one buy one 50%. I was like, why not?
Yeah.
So I got this.
Danny really likes book 2. She also read book 2. Loved that even more actually. So it seems like the series gets better.
And also, who doesn't love dragons?
I know.
Right. Come on, dragon cake here. And then I also got this is the like Barnes and Noble exclusive edition, but it was also buy one get one 50% off. So I got Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies. And when I checked out the cashier lady, thank you, Katy, the cashier lady, she was like, oh my gosh, thank you, Coda. She was like, she's like, this is my favorite. She said it was her favorite like cozy fantasy, and I was like, I'm so excited to read it.
Because Danny mentioned this the other night too, and I'm like, you are just hauling all the books Danny has been loving lately.
Yeah, so genuinely, I can't wait to read this. Also, the fact that it's a Barnes and Noble exclusive edition. Do I have any of those? No. And it's just so.
It's really pretty though. I like the white kind of cover. The purple pops with it.
And
it shows.
It was also like their monthly pick or whatever, but also. Good job, Barnes and Noble, for removable stickers. And then you're gonna get a little sneak peek here in a second because I do have 3 books that Mr. Reading when Neva picked. But then I also got this, which is Under the Whispering Door.
Oh, gorgeous!
And this is also a Barnes and Noble exclusive, but this was the last one that they had.
I love this for you.
And it was also buy one get one 50% off. So I was like, I'm just gonna get this, even if I hate the book. Like. Look at the edge.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, it also looks like it's almost like a faded, like darker blue to I don't know. Like it's really nicely done.
Yeah, it's like really great. So I was like, I'm gonna get this with sprayed edges because why not? And then Mr. Reading when Neva did pick 3 books, which I'll do a something, I don't know, a vlog. But it's going to only be on the membership because he only wanted it on the membership. I was actually surprised that he even wanted to film because we didn't go to the bookstore yesterday because his grandma passed away yesterday.
Oh, no.
So I had told him, I was like, I just want you to pick the books so we don't have to film. And he was like, no, I'll film. So I think he felt worse that like, he felt like he like ruined my day or whatever. I was like, bro, I was on sprints. And also you sang to me on sprints. So like, I'm good. Like, I'm fine. Like, you're fine. I got what I wanted. Thank you. So he grabbed the blood trials, which I've been wanting to read.
Oh, yes.
And he's great. So this is also buy one get one 50% off. So I got 2 out of the 4 books for like, I don't know, like $12 or something.
That's awesome.
And also I had like with this purchase I have almost enough points for my first like $5 credit or whatever the hell from Barnes and Noble, like because I got 9 out of the 10 little check things. Yeah. Then he got The Shadow Regent by Chad Corey. I have no idea what this is. This is an adult fantasy. He got it out of the adult fantasy section. Basically, I told him he had to stick to fantasy, romance, YA, and that he could dabble into horror and thriller mystery, but he didn't even go into the romance section, which I knew he wasn't going to do because he's not about to be like, here, read this smut book. Like he's not going to do it. But I don't know what this is about. A battle.
But I kind of love books when like they're just like random picks that I pick up at a bookstore, like
are just the cover too.
He said
so fun.
He said he picked it because he liked the cover.
I love the cover.
Yeah, the cover's cool.
I love the cover.
So that one, and then he also picked out The High Mountain Court, which is book 1 of the 5 Crowns of Oakrith. I don't know. I also couldn't pronounce it in the little video clip that I made. So you're welcome for that. This is by A.K. Mulford. I have no idea. A.K. Mulford is a woman. Well, no, a biological woman. But they use she, they pronouns. Like literally their little bio on the back says A.K. Mulford is a best-selling fantasy author. She, they are inspired to create diverse stories that transport readers to new realms. She lives in New Zealand with her husband and 2 children. We love the diversity, okay? We love the LGBTQ
absolutely
in that, okay.
Yeah. Plus, New Zealand is kind of an interest, like a New Zealand author. I can't tell you the last time I read a book by a New Zealand author, so that's very interesting too.
So the next book in this series called The Witch's Blade. So if I like this one, I'll go back and get it next month. I don't know anything about this. So can I find this as an audiobook? Who knows? I may be reading both of these as like physical books for the first time in a year.
I mean,
but that's fine. I'll have a reason.
Be like, who is this new Neva? I don't know her.
Who are we? I'll have a reason to like use my book sleeves that I own that I currently use for my iPad. So yeah. So that's our little book haul. Isn't that fun?
I loved it. I had so much fun.
So thanks for giving us this exclusive peek at it. Yeah.
So much fun. Now let me scroll back up to the top of the comments because I've been living down here while people have been chatting about the books. We had Katy pop in, but I doubt Katy is still here because Katy was just stopping by to say hi. But hello. Zero idea what I'm going to read for the next prompt. Fair. For Real by Alexis Hall is the book that Tina was talking about in the last print. We also had Coda pop in and say hi for lunch. And I think Coda's still here because I saw a happy birthday to Neva that I clicked on. So
yeah,
there you go. Going to be finishing a baby blanket today. Nice, Jean. Put it in the Discord when you're done so we can see it because we love seeing everybody's crafts. Reading Killers of the Flower Moon, and I'm about 70% in as of right now. Awesome. Just finished watching it all the way through and editing everything, and I made the description. Nice. You're killing it, Tina. You're getting that video done. We'd love to see it. 15% read. Nice. Christy is also here. Hello, Christy. Just joining because my mother decided to want to run the road. So I got no reading done today. Fair. And Liv's here on their way to work. Liv, I hope you have a great day at work. I guess what time is it in Australia? The times of change has really thrown me because we've gone back. The Australians went forward. So the time change went drastically larger. By 2 hours.
Yeah, because I know that usually I always imagine, like, for instance, where Nicole is, I'm like, okay, if it's 3 p.m. for me, that means it's 5 a.m. tomorrow for her.
Yes.
But now I don't know what that means anymore.
Well, and Nicole didn't change, but everybody else did. It's very...
Yeah, so now it's 4 a.m. or 4:30 a.m. for her right now?
Yeah. I used to have a
Yeah.
13-hour time difference with all the Australians. Now I have a 14 with Nicole and 15 with everybody else. Except for Ren, who has a half-hour time difference.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at this point where I just text Brittany and I say, "Hi, what's the time difference? Thanks so much."
Krystal does the same thing. Krystal
I'm
goes, "And that time is for me, Brittany." I'm like,
I just
welcome. That's fine. I don't mind. A puppy sprint. We support a puppy sprint. Had to keep them warm. Like, come on. Is there anything better than being with puppies for an entire?
Oh, I also didn't tell you what I'm actually currently reading.
Oh no, you didn't. We were dealing with a book haul. What are you
Here you
reading?
go. I'm currently reading Girls of Paper and Fire, which I received yesterday for my birthday from ML and Ollie.
That's so exciting. I've heard really great things about this book, so I'm excited to hear your thoughts.
I think ML's in the comments too.
ML was here before they went to work. I don't know if ML is still here.
Yeah, so I opened packages yesterday, which you'll see it in like a vlog, but I'm impatient. And so do packages just sit? Absolutely not. Kudos to those of y'all that do small shop hauls, because couldn't be me. I ripped them open as soon as they get here. So Nell sent me like 3 books. ML and Ollie sent me this book and a diamond painting. It's a book. Go lay down.
Oh, that's so
I
And
love
so, but this fit for room. What number room are we on? 4. So this fit for
4.
room 3 because I'm 1 room behind. It's fine. And
It
also,
is
I was able to grab the audio book straight from the library because it's an older book, so there was no hold. Yeah, I would have gotten the second book at Barnes and Noble, except they only had paperback, and I do not like to have like mixed books. Like I need them to all be paperback or all be hardcover. So this is hardcover, so we just gonna have to keep going. We're just gonna have to keep going with the hardcovers.
I agree. I agree.
But it's really good if you want to read it. It's very good.
I've heard good things. Meg from Meg with the Books loves that book.
Yeah, it's really
with Meg. It's like about 50% of the time we agree and 50% we don't. Like it's right on that bubble of like certain things we agree on and certain things we absolutely don't. So I never really know.
And the author is Chinese as well.
Oh.
So yeah. I don't know about any of the other books, but this one is just, I don't know, it's gripping and the audio is really good. So
we love a good audio. We love a good audio. Also, hello, Cecilia, and I'm so sorry that you have the flu, and I hope that you feel better. But I'm glad that you can relax with some reading. Katy finished lunch and got through another 2 chapters, read 40 pages. Hold on, I'm down to where we did a bunch of the comments when we're doing the book haul. So I'm like, which comments have I done and which ones haven't I? Did not read that sprint, was fighting with my Kindle to get in sync. It's been a while since I used it. You know, sometimes it does that. Coda is still here. Get to for another hour. Nice. I forgot to say what I'm reading. The Gathering Dark, an anthology on folk horror. Ooh. That kind of sounds interesting for the horror lovers out here, which we all know is not me, but for everyone who does. Love it when my power goes out. Oh no. Okay. I'm so sorry.
And right when you found your Kindle again. Like, what's going on?
At least you had a chance to charge your Kindle before the power went out. So, you know.
Oh, my ring light broke today.
Oh no. That sucks.
Here's the thing. So apparently, like the plug decided to separate.
Mm-hmm.
So like because it's like a USB plug that you know plug into like a a phone.
Mm-hmm. Like the docks for the iPhones and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine's
this part should not come like that.
No.
Oh no.
So I had to bring my other ring light downstairs, which actually this ring light works better. But I had to bring it downstairs, and then I was like, oh no, what if it doesn't allow me to because I put my ring light at an angle downward because I use it for diamond painting too. But then I figured out how to do it, so now I have to buy a new ring light, so I have 2.
So sorry.
Luckily, I don't stream up in my room anymore because that's where the other ring light was. So it doesn't really matter. It can stay downstairs, but even so.
Yeah. Kodot has to Google every time they want to know what time it is not cool. So that's fair. A friend in Australia. So I just have a clock in their time zone in my phone. That would actually be a really smart thing to do.
Why did none of
is
us
smart.
think to do this?
That is very smart.
Okay, I'm literally annoyed at all of us right now that we didn't think to do this. We all have smartphones and we're not being very smart about using them.
Yeah, I forgot that that's even a feature that you can have various clocks.
I have clocks. Well, not clocks. I have the weather, like my weather app.
Yeah.
It has like Iowa in it. It has like where I used to live in Florida. So like, why did we not think to set a clock with Australian time?
I do not know. Like, I'm laughing so hard because we are so like, why did we not do this?
For the longest time, we've just been like, well, this is the way life is. We've got all this technology. We'll never know.
The worst part is I have a time zone app, which is completely unnecessary if I would have just used the clock app.
Oh, wait, so now you have like this useless app that you already had a function on it.
I literally will just Google the times. I'll be like, what is 7 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah.
In
or like, what time is
Australian
it
time?
in blank right now? And then it's like, okay, right now it's this time. You're like, okay.
It's fine. Everything's fine, everyone.
Wow.
We just had an epiphany. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thanks so much.
Finished the Room 4 book. Amazing. And an extra prompt. Killing it.
So proud of
Having
you.
Suchi and deciding which book to read for another extra prompt. We love this. Wow, that is an amazing idea. And how we all didn't think of it, I don't know. We'll definitely be creating clocks in the next
Me
sprint.
too. I'll just be listening to my book and creating clocks because wow.
Right, we're just doing too much math. Like, why are we doing all this math? Why? Why?
But the fact that none of us thought to like, oh, we could just set a clock.
Yeah, like we didn't, like Nicole, Brooklyn, Krystal. No one knew to do this.
Not a one of us
Australians
smart people. We're very book smart.
30 booktubers that this did not come to them at all. It's fine. Everything's fine, everyone. Oh no, absolutely not.
You know, it's par for the course that this is the way things are happening.
Too large there for a second. It was ridiculous. That is a very good question. I don't know.
Ooh, I think it is Brisbane. I don't know. I'll be on sprints with her at 7 p.m. Eastern. We can ask her
tonight for sure because I know everybody else is like Sydney. They don't live in Sydney, but
yeah, she's something else.
She is, and Ren is something else. So I need to find out what I think Ren's Queensland or Nicole's Queensland. Well, we will.
I don't know, bro.
Tonight on Nicole Sprints, we will sort out everybody's time zones, and make clocks. That's what we will do. That's what we're going to do, everyone. But for right now, okay. So Nicole is Queensland. Ren is something else then. So I need to find out where Ren lives, which Nicole knows that. So I can not the specific location, but like the, time zone to which.
Time zone wise, where
time zone to which.
We don't need specific address, zip code, any of the.
We're not trying to dox anybody. Okay.
No, just the like general state or province. That's all I require.
Yeah.
I think Australia is states. Because I think I remember once that I was surprised they called them states since they have a prime minister.
Yes.
Like, and I was like, oh, really?
Yeah, I was surprised by that too.
Because I was like, we have provinces because we are not we're part of the British,
Yeah, right.
We're still a part of that. And so is Australia. So I assumed they were set up the same way.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And then I was confused. So I think they're states just because I remember.
Oh, son of a gun.
But we are going to go into a 45-minute sprint. So I will see everyone in 45. Hello. I got to page 154 in Vicious. So I'm almost to the halfway point. 182 is the end of part 1.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it seems so. I'm very pleased with how fast this is reading. Leandra, how did you do?
Well, I read another 35 pages. Last sprint, I ended up going for a walk, and I was like on the phone with my dad and everything, so I didn't get to read. So this time I got back into it, and so now I'm on page 75, and I'm just really enjoying it. It's really good. Yeah.
I'm so glad you're enjoying your book. That's awesome. So glad. Kelsey is finally done work, ready to sit down and finish this book. You've got this, Kels. Hello, Neva. How'd your sprint go?
Well, I had to go lay with Ari because otherwise she was refusing to take a nap. And listen, it was me or her. Okay, so either she was taking a nap or I was jumping out a window. Like that's just, you know. But I listened to my audiobook while she was like laying there because I told her she needed to be quiet. And so I made it somewhere in chapter 20, not 23, no, chapter 13.
Nice.
That would have been a feat considering I'm only listening to this at 2
Yeah, I
times.
was gonna say, I'm like, you're getting through this faster than Brittany's getting through Vicious.
Chapter 9 to 23, baby. I'm just kidding. No. 13. Somewhere. I don't know where exactly, but it says I have 26 minutes left in the chapter, so I feel like I just started it.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. Very nice. Exported my video and took a shower. Amazing. Tina, you're on that last bit of the video, getting it out, getting it uploaded. You know, the two bits. Read 40 pages and finished one short story. Awesome. Didn't read. I called my dad and watched an episode of 911. I so support this. I love the show. I binged all seasons of 911 earlier this year. After Cal got addicted to 911 and he was talking about it on his channel constantly. And I went, well, I need to see what that's about. And I was expecting to not fly through it in the way that I did, but I got obsessed and finished it in the matter of a couple weeks of 6 seasons of the show. It did not help my reading, but it did. It was a fun time.
Worth it.
It was worth it. So worth it. Almost done with my book. I'm 91% in. Nice. You should definitely finish that up in the next sprint or 2, depending on how big your book is. 91% sometimes can still leave a lot depending on the size of the book. But you are definitely in the home stretch.
As Kelsea has had, right? With her really chunky books being like, yay, 5% in one sprint. Good job.
Yes. Like some of these chunky books, those percentages, you are working for it.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Nicole. How are you? For everyone who doesn't know, all the hosts, including Nicole, are linked in the description box down below. So if you aren't subscribed to anybody, go do the things because we have sprints every single day on somebody's channel. So you're going to want to be subscribed. And Nicole has our next set of sprints. So I will be finishing in an hour and a half, sometime within the next hour and a half. I will be finishing. And then Nicole will be starting in an hour and a half. Nicole's starting. So we'll just kind of hop over. I will post the link to Nicole's sprints closer to in the chat. But if you just want to go subscribe, then you'll have all the information that you need for all of us anyway. So might I suggest. Bye-bye. I hope you have a wonderful nap and a good rest. Taking a break now. We'll be back for the sprints at 6. Again, go have a lovely break. Thank you for hanging out with us. Good morning, Nicole. Read some more and it just now shut up on my Kindle. So we'll be able to get more comfy in the next sprint. Nice. We support this. Is your power still out?
Yeah, right. Good question.
Are you, just a question. Started reading No One Leaves the Castle. I've never heard of this.
That's it's one of my host favorites, actually.
Well, then I must have heard of it because I've looked at these host favorites.
Yeah, well, you know what? It actually, I did just read it the month before we were asked to do it. So I hadn't really gotten to talk too much about it on my channel or talk to you all about it. But yeah, it's a middle grade, a murder mystery that's set in a castle. There's like ogres and sorcerers and like a mandolin player who keeps singing about every single thing that's happening. And it's very fun. I adored it. So I really hope, Megan, that you enjoy it.
I am sold, Megan, on reading this.
That
Leandra
sounds amazing, honestly.
Honestly,
sounds
it's
like
so fun.
a fantastic middle grade.
Yeah, it genuinely is so fun.
At 25% of Icebreaker and enjoying it. Nice. I need to read this month as well. Hello, Krystal. How are you? Cal is also the reason you're watching 911. I feel like Cal has gotten so many of us to read or to watch 911. It's a good show. It's a good time. Finishing off Iron Flame and then going to be reading one of Nell's host favorites. Which one?
Yeah, which one?
I know Ace is.
So is the 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle.
And
is it something about good girls and murder? What was that one?
Oh, Good Girl's Guide to Murder?
Good Girl's Guide to Murder?
Is that the one that is hers? Yeah, like white cover, black letters with like a bunch of red.
That's a Good Girl's
Guide. Good Girl's Guide to Murder, yeah.
Got through just over 3 chapters, so already at 40%. Nice. Really liking the story so far. I love doing these longer daytime sprints because I feel like I see people just read like almost entire books through the entire process of longer sprints. Like you just see, they like come and start and then they're like 60% in by the time we're done. And I'm like, wow.
Amazing. Yeah, you see the progress. It's lovely.
You do. A nap sprint is always a good shout.
Mm-hmm.
We support nap sprints, dinner sprints, TikTok sprints sometimes happen, and that's great too. Sprints are for whatever you need them to be. I'm so glad your power came back on. So glad. I'm glad it wasn't out very long, and I'm glad that it came back on. But it does take 10 minutes for the internet to come back on. Got you. Question for friends that have Book of the Month. How many books do you get to pick for the base price? Can you mix physical and audio? It is 1 book for the base price of Book of the Month.
It's 1 book, and it depends on how many credits you pay for a month. Because the way that Book of the Month has changed it is you can buy, I think, up to 2 credits a month. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if you buy 2 credits, then you get either 2 books or 2 audios a month, or you can get 1 audio, 1 physical, whatever. But if you're only paying for the 1 credit, then you're only going to get 1. Yeah. Either you're going to get a physical or an audio for the base price.
Yeah. And then the add-ons are cheaper, like outside of the credits. If you're doing an add-on, that book is cheaper.
Yeah, they're cheaper, but I think you only get up to 2 add-ons.
That could be true because I have not been a subscriber of Book of the Month since I haven't the first 3 months they were in Canada. And because of the shipping in Canada and also the exchange rate, it was not a deal for me to get books from Book of the Month. It's cheaper for me to just go to Indigo Books, which is our Barnes & Noble here in Canada, and use my membership to get.
Yeah, so you, I mean, yes, with Book of the Month, I think you only get 2 add-ons a month. It might be extra, I think, but I mean, I know you get a free add-on, like for your birthday or whatever, but I'm pretty sure that your base month, you get 1 book at your base credit price, and then you get 2 add-ons a month. Now, of course, you have credits stacked up, then you can use credits for your add-ons, but you can still only order 3 books at a time.
I didn't even know that they had audio now.
It's new. I only realized this a couple of sprints ago. Neva mentioned it, and I was like, well, that was not a thing when I was.
Me neither when I was on Book of the Month.
They didn't cancel my subscription like they were supposed to. So when they rolled out the audios, I got an audio. I think I got, I don't know, I got a Christmas book. Whatever Christmas book I have a Christmas book upstairs. I read it last year, but I got the audio through Book of the Month because I had the credit. So I was like, well, I might as well try it out. I mean, it works fine. I don't personally have any complaints about their audio player. But then I promptly canceled Book of the Month because I have Book of the Month books upstairs that I haven't read. And also the choices are not always great. So I was like, I don't want to have to check this every month to skip my box. I'll just cancel it.
Yeah, that's fair. Bree said you can get 4 add-ons. Not sure about mixing of
Oh,
the
wow.
physical audio. 25%. Very good. Made it to page 106 of 706. Oh, that's a chunky book. That's a chunky book you got there going. That'll be a lot of good. I don't know if you're doing Clue or if you're just here not participating in Clue or what team you're on, but that will be a good amount of points if you are on a team. I've long ago lost track of who's on what team. Like my brain has mushed everyone together. The audio platform isn't great though. It only goes to 2 times speed, which for me would be fine because I do not listen to audiobooks at higher than 2 times speed, but I know that Brie does, which is a skill that I would love to possess, but I have not yet gotten there yet.
Yeah, that's some veteran skill status.
It takes time. But there you have to like slowly work your way up to it, and I've not done that. Had book of the month for 2 months and realized it was more expensive than how I normally get my books. Yeah, that was my only complaint with the US with the Canadian one. And I think there's a multitude of reasons. Canadian shipping just costs so much money and they couldn't work around that. And also they did not make a Canadian warehouse. So they were shipping everything across the border, which made it take forever for you to get your book of the month books anyway. Like they took a long time to get here because anything coming over the border takes a plethora of time. You just never know. And honestly, you just never know if you're going to get it, as we can see from Kelsey's shirt. Was trying to get across the border, and who knows what has happened to that.
I mean, for me as an American, it was worth it, like, to have it, except, like, cost-wise, like, it was worth it to have it.
Yeah.
But the fact that, I don't know, they need to figure something out with, like, allowing you to use books from past boxes as your regular pick. Like, it's annoying that, like, you can't, like, I think your first box you can pick any book off the platform that's available, but then after that you have to pick one book out of like that month's picks. And to me it would be better if they allowed you to pick any book, because not everybody is going to want whatever picks you have for the month, so then you have a bunch of people just skipping the month, so they're not paying for it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it just depends on like what kind of preference you have as a reader. Like for book of the month, sometimes it's perfect for the reader because it's like, oh, this is the type of books I would read all the time anyway. So it's lovely. Whereas depending on your interests, unfortunately, no subscription service can, accommodate for all types of readers. There's just no way to do it. Yeah, so it doesn't work for some. For me, I think it was because I started book of the month so early when they first kind of came out. I was having a difficulty like with, I don't know, juggling the price for the quality of the physical book itself. I don't know, like one time, I think it was Infinite Country, which I really enjoyed that book. But I remember I tend to read my hardbacks without the dust jacket. And I saw that the title had been misprinted on the physical book. That it was like they missed a letter. And so it's like, I like contact them just saying, hey, let you know, because I wasn't sure if they, if there's something going on with the printer. And they just immediately sent me a free credit, which is very nice. It's like, that's very kind of them to do. But then other times, I'd seen kind of like binding issues, and I'm sure they've improved it since, because again, it's been years for me. But I just was kind of like, I don't really know. I also don't think the picks are the type of books I tend to read. Right. So, but if it works for you, lovely, take advantage of it.
I will say, I feel like that's why if they open up their entire available catalog, because obviously there are, like, they only have the books in the catalog until they sell out. They only have so many copies of the book. So, like, if you go back, like, to 2012, most of those books are gone. Like, you can't, you know what I mean? Like, once they're gone type thing. But I feel like that's why if they opened the entire catalog to being able to be available every month, instead of kind of pigeonholing you into having to pick whatever one book of whatever came out or whatever picks they had in November, I think it would open it up to more people.
I'm assuming there's reasoning behind that due to licensing with new releases, because their books are always new releases. And I'm assuming they get a way to sell it cheaper because it's a new release, making people have to buy the new release so that it gets it in people's hands in a certain period of time.
maybe, but
Yeah.
then that doesn't make sense to me as to why as a new subscriber you have the entire catalog that's available open to you. That doesn't
Probably
make sense.
like a hook to get you to stay on, just like Scribd doesn't start locking you down when you're under the free subscription.
I mean, maybe, but that's still, I don't know. That still seems weird to me that they would then open the rest of the catalog up for add-ons then. Because I feel like if it was a licensing issue, eventually some of them they would make them not available to you at all.
No, I don't mean licensing like that. I just mean like a deal like that they have to have them like so that they can sell the new releases discounted right off the gate.
Mm.
They
And
probably
also
have to
there
sell
could
it
be a
for an amount.
problem.
Right.
Like, what if you sign with an author, with a publisher, and then nobody chooses that book and they don't get like all of his books out? I think they have to probably be like, we need a certain number of people to like definitely get all of these books out to show that it's worth it to the publisher that these books got in people's hands, rather than if a title doesn't seem interesting to anyone. Unfortunately, that sometimes happens. Then if nobody picks it or whatever, then they have all of this extra books that no one will want, and I'm sure the publisher wouldn't like to see that. I don't know. It'd be interesting to know why they do those things.
Yeah, exactly. They have to probably meet a quota to get a new release at such, because they're obviously gaining them at a discounted price to be able to sell them at a discounted price in their new releases. So like most books would not necessarily be discounted right away. So I'm assuming they have to hit a quota to do that with the publishers, like under their contract. Yes.
Yeah, their customer service is great.
Yeah, I have no complaints. Like
I've never had an
nice.
issue. I mean, even when they didn't even when I put in to cancel my account and they didn't cancel it, like they charged me the next month.
I remember that when that happened.
Yeah, like I contacted them and I said, "Hey, I really need this account closed. Like I tried to close it last month. Y'all still charge my card." And so they gave me a credit and were basically like, "Use this credit before you close your account and then we'll close your account." So I ended up with like 3 credits that month. So I was like, "Okay." So I used my 3 credits and then I was like, "I'm canceling this account."
Yeah. Exactly. I think one time, I think it was Kelsey, they lost her book of the month. Again.
Yeah, I mean, my sister got one that was like damaged. Like she got one that was damaged and then one that was stolen from in front of her apartment because her apartment is stupid and they put their packages in front of their door, and she was at work and it said that it had been delivered. She had a photo showing that it had been delivered, but it was nowhere to be found, and so Book of the Month replaced the book even though like it technically wasn't their fault because it got stolen.
Yeah.
But they replaced the stolen book, so
yeah, Scribd, I can usually get 4 or 5 depending on the books that I am picking before it locks me out. And then it's slim pickings for sure. Got the completely wrong box one. They let me keep my box and sent me the books I ordered. Nice.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah.
That's lovely. Book of the Month does now have the option to pick a reader favorite book instead of one of the 5 books, but it's still very limited.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's better.
Scribd is finicky. Some months I can read 3 books. Some I can read 10. It definitely depends on what books you're reading. The newer the release or the more popular, the less you're getting. It's just the way they do it. It's very
interesting.
It's very frustrating. But it's fine. Okay, we are going to jump into a sprint. I'm trying to think. I think we can really realistically only get one more in.
Mm-hmm.
An hour.
Ooh, smart. Yeah.
Because if we do a 45, we're going to have either a super long chatty time and then Nicole's going to start with a chat. So we're going to have like back-to-back long chats. And I don't think that's necessary. Mm-hmm. So let's do an hour. That still will give us, a 15-minute chat at the end before we need to move over. Now, why did that not change on the cat? The cat still was 45. Mm-hmm. I clicked all the things and the cat still said 45.
Mischievous cat, typical.
Work with me, cat. But we'll do an hour, and this, like I said, will be the last sprint here. I will make a last sprint that says where we're going banner during the first sprint so that everyone knows we're moving over to Nicole's. But let's jump into this sprint and I'll see you all in an hour.
Hello.
Hello.
I got to the 50% mark in Vicious, and then I stopped and did other things. So
Nice.
a good chunk of my room 4 book is done and dusted, which is very exciting for these.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, and so does this little ticker at the bottom. We have lots of sprints still to go tonight. So someone from the Clue hosts will read with you all the night long. Leandra, how did it go?
I ended up reading 25 pages. And so now I've read 100 pages today, which I feel is very successful. Yeah. So I'm close. I'm almost a third of the way through the book because the book's about 350 pages. But yeah, I'm still thoroughly enjoying it. I'm finding it very funny. It's very humorous, kind of fantasy. Yeah, I think it's great for those who kind of like the cozy, like hilarious kind of fantasy stuff where you just kind of gotta roll with the punches. And it's like modern day dialogue kind of thing, but in a fantastical world. So yeah, it's great.
Perfect. I loved this. Be right there? Question mark?
Question, will I?
Exclamation.
No, I will.
I will be right there. It's like, be right there, maybe? Be right there.
Will I or won't I? I don't know.
Will I? Who knows? For anyone who is going to continue reading, the link for Nicole Sprints is now in the comments. It is pinned, so it's easy to find because in a few minutes I'll have to scroll up to find it, but you won't because you have it pinned on for all of you. StreamYard doesn't let me pin these things, which is very rough on my end, but for you. Going to dinner. Thanks for the sprints. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, Michaela. Hello, Steph. Just got home from work, trying to decide between A Curse for True Love or Iron Flame tonight. Oh, I mean, I'm sure most people would vote Iron Flame. I have no dog in this fight, so I'm going to vote Iron Flame.
Yeah, and they're both sequels, aren't they? Like they're both continuations. So
for True Love is from the Once Upon a Broken Heart.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes. You are very welcome, Tina. I'm glad that you got a lot done while we were on sprints. Read 40 pages and finished another short story. I sneezed so hard. I got tea on my book. Oh, no. Oh, the tragedy. 33% still reading, and it's going fast. It does read very quickly. I think I don't normally read 50% of a book in 5 hours. Well, not even 5 hours because I filmed in the first sprint.
Yeah, that's right.
So it reads very, very quickly. There are a lot of chapters.
Like short snippets, as you were saying. So it feels like you're getting through it.
So you're reading fast, and there's also a lot of empty pages. So like it kind of works out in both ways, which is not a bad thing. I kind of like a book like that. Sometimes some short chapters, you can get through it so much faster because you can even be like, oh, I'll just do one more chapter. And then you've done like 10.
Exactly. Kind of like the same thing. It's hard for me to sit down and watch a movie, but will I proceed to watch 3-4 episodes of a TV show, which equates a movie? Yes.
100%. Trying to finish Spy Family Volume 2. Yes, for prompt 3 for Team Plum. We love this because
support this.
We both love Spy Family. Both of us do. No worries. You parent, that is much more important than what we're doing. So that's fine. Lost track of where I was at the start of that sprint, but now I'm at 49%. Then got a phone call from hubby who's traveling for work. So I chatted for a while. Lovely. Nicole, I always love to shout out all my friends, but you are always fantastic. And your sprints are always fantastic because you do long sprints. For those who want long sprints, Nicole has got you. Nicole sprints for 3+ hours every Sunday night for us in the northern hemisphere and Monday morning for those in the southern. And also, no, not hemisphere. No, that's not how that works. Hemispheres, seasons. I'm tired. So, anyway, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Sunday night for us, Monday morning for Nicole, and Thursday night for us, and Friday morning for Nicole. There we go. I knew what I meant.
And I'm always like northern, western, which direction, opposite direction from us.
It's fine. Everything's fine. I've been here for 6 hours. It's fine. The brain has stopped working. Everything's fine. But that is the end of the comments. And we are done. We're done with about 12 minutes, but that's nice. Everybody can get a snack, get a drink, kind of do whatever you need to do before Nicole gets started. And we will see you all very soon. I will be back here Tuesday night and Thursday at noon. I know, Leandra, you've got some upcoming clue sprints this weekend.
Yes, I've got Saturday sprints at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then I've got Monday sprints, if I remember correctly. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we've got, and there's even more. All the hosts have there is them every single day. So there are sprints every single day for the readathon.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I'm gonna let you go, and we will see you soon. Bye.